place at 1:15 local time, so 1:15 Central European time. 12:15 if you're joining us in the UK. And then later on we bring you the young riders. So for Spain then, Celia Cobo-Terran is another experienced competitor, and she rides Alto du Roc, first rider out for Team Spain. They haven't had too much success yet this time out. At this show, they sit 10th in our season standings. This is only their third appearance of the year with a team. They placed second at Compiègne. Nicely through the double there. And down this final line set on this straight line from the triple combination, then down to the last. Celia Cobo-Terran gets a brilliant performance for the Spanish team. It is clear a time of 74.12 is going to keep her on the 0 score. Just to keep you abreast of the rest of the day's schedule, the young riders will kick off at 3:35 local time. So 3:35 Central European time, and then their second round is at 6:30 Central European time if you are looking to be watching the young riders later on today. Continuing on down the list then, we go from Spain to Portugal and to Afonso Salvador Bento. Sadly, he takes down the turquoise coloured oxer there. Alfonso's ride is Simba de Olid. Well, that's really unfortunate. Doing quite the demolition job on the double there. Afonso Salvador Bento sadly is jumped out of the saddle at the A element of the double and takes out the second part as well. So that's an unfortunate elimination for our first rider in for the Portuguese team. I'm not sure that Portugal are going to be challenging for a top position in our standings. They sit in 20th at the moment, but this is only their second appearance of the season. They were 11th in Compiègne. So the standings as we have them, we have 4 teams with clear rounds on the board. 1 for Italy, 1 for Sweden, 1 for Belgium and 1 for Spain. Following them we have Denmark on a score of 3 from their first rider. Switzerland and Poland both have a 4 faulting round apiece. Germany with a 7 and Portugal with that elimination. 5 teams still to start here. The next will be for the Czech Republic. So the bell goes and Victor Skutecki is ready to go. As I say, first rider in for the Czech Republic with G-Star SL. Victor's just outside the top 500 in the FEI jumping under 25 ranking. But again, a really familiar face on the Nations Cup circuit. Rode in the Czech Republic as part of the winning team there. Was also a rider at the European Championships last year and at the Nations Cup final. And G-Star very much his horse of choice for these top competitions, a 13-year-old gelding. He's actually had some really good results individually as well, whether that be in the two-star Grand Prix or these under 25 classes. He's actually won an under 25 speed class last summer. It was in Hagen. But for the last few years he has been a really firm fixture, real stalwart of the Czech junior team. Super consistent. It's just going to be one down. The consistency continues for Victor Skutecki and G-Star SL.
Teamcombinaties gehad. In de eerste ronde de Morgenhof Jansenprijs. We hebben 14 landen die deelnemen aan de Nations Cup junioren. We gaan ons vandaag volgen met de eerste combinatie van Nederland. Onze regerend Nederlandse kampioen. Zijnevals Cadillac de zet van Henks Carrera. Representing the Netherlands.
Well, very swiftly into the ring we have Timon Vos with Cadillac Z. Riding for the Netherlands, the home nation here in Zuidwolde. Timon, again, a well-known competitor on this circuit, part of the third place team at Centaur Park, which he's been on many Nations Cup teams. She's also, at the start of this year, been spending quite a bit of time developing some young horses. She's got some 5, 6 and 7-year-olds that he has been developing. Cadillac Z, a 9-year-old gelding. That's been a ride for Robert Vos primarily over recent months, but very good partner here for Timon Vos today, it's clear, for the home nation of the Netherlands.
Frankrijk nu met Jack Colombato met Amour du Jour, aankoming van Berling.
All right then, let's go to France now. Their first rider is Jack Conlon Gatto, who rides Amour d'un Jour. Jack, again, a familiar face in these junior categories. Competed in the Pony Europeans in 2022 for Team Silver. Been competing in a good few under 25 and junior Grand Prix lately. And this year alone has already had 4 top 10 placings with this horse. This is their second Nations Cup start of the year. Didn't quite go their way in Compiègne as a team. But Jack certainly gets off to a good start here today. Just the 1 pole down for the Frenchman.
Macy Williams, Groot-Brittannië met Danton Doyle van de hengst Cashmere van de Zwitserland Parco, representing Great Britain.
So, first up for Great Britain, it's Maisie Williams. Sadly, that turquoise oxer goes down again, this time for Maisie. Quite an influential place on the course so far. And what a shame. Unfortunately, there goes the air jacket as well. Maisie Williams just kind of gets jumped out of the saddle bit as well there on what looks to be a Shakespeare-designed fence, the upright there. What a pity, but good to see them both safely up and on their feet. Dalton Doroyo, the ride, just making his exit.
Helaas de eerste combinatie van Groot-Brittannië, Macy Williams en Danton Doyle. De bal en dat betekent afsluiting, eliminated Macy Williams, Great Britain. We gaan door. En dat is met Ingrid Zandij-Broekland uit Noorwegen met de Ali6.
Well, 2 eliminations, unfortunately, at the moment.
Van Aska Zetman, Mr. Blue, representing Norway.
And the final team to start then will be for Norway. Their first rider is Ingrid Zandij-Bjørklund. Ingrid rides the horse Ari Z. Going pretty quickly through here. This one is owned by Jan de Visser and is by Aska Z. Just the triple. And then that final fence to finish then. She's got quite a bit of time left here. 76 seconds the time allowed. She's got a really nice rhythm up. Comes here from a win. And plenty of podium finishes in Drammen as well on her record. But gets a clear. Brilliant way to kick things off for the Norwegian team. As a team, they sit 8th in the season standings, following a 4th place at Centaur Park and a win in Drammen.
Allereerst de tweede combinatie voor Duitsland. Dat is Vika Sofie met de Shades of Grey van Hengst komt centraal.
So let's go back to Germany then. Their second rider is Vika Sophie Bader, who rides Shades of Grey. Again, a rider from the Nations Cup of Compiègne, part of the 4th place team. Picked up 6 in round 1 and then clear in round 2. And last year she was a key fixture on the Nations Cup series as well, jumping just to have 1 down across the 2 rounds in Dielsdorf, Zurich. She's jumped the Nations Cup final in the past as well. That was back in 2022. Shades of Grey, a 12-year-old mare. It's been a partner for Biker for a good while. Formerly with Dirk Schroeder as well. 1 time penalty then for Viker gives the German team a minimum score of 1. So even if their third and fourth riders can jump clear, their team total will be 1.
Second rider representing Italy.
Back to Italy now then. Already 1 clear on the board for this team. Sadly, the turquoise oxa is causing problems once again. This is Angelica Francesca Pellicari with Beauty de l'Epinette. Safely over the water. This pair were part of the winning team at Linz-Ebelsberg in Austria. Also a combination from last year's Nations Cup final. So it really is a star-studded lineup in today's competitions. Real who's who of the young rider categories up and down these nations. She will pick up some time penalties as well. The total will be 7 for Angelica Francesca Pellicari.
Proceeding the time allowed Angelica Francesca Pellicari. Representing Italy. Gaan door van Italië naar Denemarken. De tweede combinatie. Julie Stenman Christensen. En Buckley's Ballerina. Against the Balpini.
So for Denmark now, it's Julie Stenman Christensen. Julie rides Berkeley's Ballerina. Sadly eliminated in Compiègne. But she's had good performances, including double clears in the Nations Cup series before, back in 2021 in Hagen. This is then her 2nd appearance of the season for the team. But she has had plenty of top 10 placings at the 2-star level with this 14-year-old mare. Down on the back rail at the double. Well, Denmark have the 3th vaulting round already, so no clean sheet for them, and the final fence goes as well for Julie. The total will be 12 for our Danish 2nd rider.
En dat is Ines van Dijk met Diego van Dijk. Nakoming van Conneval Martinez. Representing Belgium.
So let's go back to Belgium now then. It's Inez van Dijk with J. Komgola van Beek. Inez picked up 4 in each round in Compiègne, just 4. But she recently placed 4th in the Junior Grand Prix at Compiègne with J. Komgola van Beek. This has been a ride for Gilles Thomas as well, who's had wins with this horse on the Sunshine Tour. Inez, great to have this horse in her string and great to have the support of riders like Gilles Thomas in the development of their partnership. This is looking very strong and the Belgian team are looking absolutely at the top of their game. It's 2 clears now for the Belgians. The best performance yet for any team.
En dan in België de combinaties op dit moment 2 combinaties pakkoos. We gaan door met Zwitserland, terwijl met Zachary rijdt hier Carlan. Nakomeling van Canada, Classimodo 6.
Zachary Luyet is up next, riding for Switzerland with Calin. An early pole down here and fence 4 goes as well, just couldn't quite get the height at the front rail there. Calin is a 9-year-old gelding. And this is their 3rd Nations Cup team appearance of the year. They rode at Centaur Park and Compiègne. Well, down comes the C element of the triple as well. And just inside the time allowed, the total is going to be 12 for Zachary Luyet and Calin. Means that Switzerland have a minimum score of 4. Only Italy and Belgium have the chance to stay on a 0 out of those teams that have brought forward 2 rides so far.
Representing Sweden.
It's the turn of Ebba Danielsson now. Ebba's mount is Nikita van der Vosberg. She's an 11-year-old mare by Echo van der Spieveld. Damsire is Clinton. Well, that green upright goes on the far side of the arena as she rides strongly to the water. Ebba is 111th in the FEI jumping under 25 ranking. Really good ranking there. She's been spending a lot of time doing the 1- and 2-star classes, competing in Riesenbeck most recently. This is the First Nations Cup of the series. She's been part of the team in the past though. Jumped some double clears last year. Not going to be a double clear today, going to be a score of 12 for Ebba Danielsson of Sweden.
Ebba Danielsson en Ika van de Rosberg. Volgende nu met de tweede combinatie, Julia Ganoska met Jordian Blue van X, Vinyas Rock Blue van Capturado. Second rider representing Poland.
Well, it's an early fence down for Julia Ganowska of Poland with Jornian Blue F. Poland have a 4 faulting score on the board. Once again, the double is influential. Both front rails down, well, 2 rails down, and going down with the hind legs, taking that front rail for Julia Ganowska. One pole down in each round in Linz Ebelsberg. And also jumped at Centaur Park. The score though here today will be 12 for Poland's Julia Ganowska.
12 penalty points, 74.28 seconds. Results, the second rider for Poland, Julia Ganowska en de Jordian Blue F. We volgen het programma met Spanje met Maria Stalvey Lopez en met Milan F van Henk Soerigman Chip representing Spain.
Well, we go to Spain now then, to Jamie Astolfi Lopez. The ride is Dillian M. Second rider in for the Spanish team. We have a clear already for them, for this team. This is the first time that Jamie has been selected to represent his nation. He's been competing in 2-star classes in Spain and Portugal. Two top 10 finishes on their record together. And a perfect start for the Spanish team. 2 clears for Belgium, now 2 clears for Spain. And they have 2 riders still to come who can keep them on that excellent record. So 2 more opportunities for a clear, and then they would be absolutely at the top of things. Certainly as we get into the 3rd and 4th riders, the pressure is going to be on these young competitors, as they'll be really keen to get through to round 2. Back to Portugal then now. This must be a counting score with that unfortunate elimination of their first rider. It's Leonor Azevedo de Silva. We're working on the 8 here now. Splash in the water as well. Gives them 12. Leonor has actually never competed at this height of fences before. These are 1.40 meters. Certainly not in international competition anyway. More experienced to the 130 level, which is how far she's gone with Elegant de Harmony this ride. Horse previously with Lou Farvede of France. The horse though was experienced to the 1.45 meter level. They are going to be inside the time allowed, but it's a score of 20, unfortunately, for Portugal. And as they have that elimination, we cannot drop another score. So the 20 is going to be their minimum score for round 1.
Tsjechië nu met Albert Pictarik en Kingston, collega's met Gardan, representing the Czech Republic.
So back to the Czech Republic now then. 1-4 faulting round on the board. And they turn now to Albert Pizarek. Albert rides Kingston 43. He's a 2-time European Championship rider. Sadly, a big splash in the water there for Albert. He's also been a firm fixture on the Nations Cup circuit. Part of the second place team at Busto Arsizio. That was with the horse Golden Star. He's also been on our winning teams with Golden Star as well. Well, a fraction over the time allowed as well, so unfortunately it'll be 5, excuse me, for the Czech Republic. 4 for jumping, 1 for time for Albert Pizarek and Kingston.
Maar door met de tweede combinatie voor Nederland, en dat is Nick Nanning. Brengt die horsebeams de Classina van de Castellito Vallaribal. Second rider representing the Netherlands.
Well, Nick Nanning now takes to the stage in the characteristic orange jackets of the Netherlands with Horse Gym's Classina. They just dropped 1 pole at Busto Arsizio. Same performance again at Centaur Park, 1 pole across 2 rounds. So they've been pretty consistent. Horse Gym's Classina is a 9-year-old mare. It was a ride for Mark Hartzager until the back end of 2023. The Dutch team have 1 clear on the board. Of course, they're the home nation here in Zuidwolde. They rank 7th in our season standings with 2/3 and a 4th place finish. Points are quite tightly packed though, and certainly with only 3 legs left to go, we could see quite a bit of a shake-up in our rankings. Nick Nanning though gets a clear round, so 3 teams now have 2 clears for them. 1 for the Netherlands and then the others are Belgium and Spain.
We gaan door met Alexander Elia. Met die cadetten duren zo set. Zangers zijn nog factor geworden in 2009 van...
Back to France now then. The French team field Alexandre Real for their second rider. Alexandre rides Cadet du Ruisseau. Comes here from 2 double clears in junior competitions at Compiègne, those being individual competitions. But this is a relatively new ride. Well, certainly new to the international competition anyway for Alexandre Real. He's actually only jumped 3 FEI classes with this horse and was in the top 10 in 2 of them. Well, a bit over the time, but clear for jumping. It's just going to be 3 for Alexandre Real. That gives the French team a minimum score of 3 for round 1.
Alexandre Real en Karen Duruzal zet. 2 combinaties nog te gaan. Dan hebben we een moment van pauze, to go. Then we have a break voor Groot-Brittannië nu. Door van Budal met Instar B. Next I'm Special Division. Second rider representing Great Britain.
Well, Great Britain's Noura von Bülow comes next with Interstar B. Pressure's on the rest of the British team now with that elimination early on. Noura has competed in plenty of junior big tour competitions and in a good number of high profile 2-star Grand Prix as well. She's also a 3-time European Championship rider, part of the bronze medal winning team last year in the Junior Europeans at Gorla Minore. Interstar B, this 11-year-old gelding that she's had for some time now. Also has jumped in the Nations Cups in the past. This, though, is her first Nations Cup start of the season. And she gets a fantastic result for the British team. It's nothing to add at all. 70.78 is the time, so pretty fast as well. Noura von Bülow and Interstar B get the job done. Martina Bergheim-Skar then sadly has an early fence with Dion for Norway. 1 clear for the Norwegian team so far. This is our final competitor before we take a short break. Dion is a 16-year-old gelding by Lupicor. Martina Bergheim-Skar, another familiar face for the Norwegian team. Well, unfortunately, the double is causing problems once again, just not quite the right shot in there, and it will be elimination. So we have 3 teams looking particularly strong: the Netherlands, Spain and Belgium, all of those with 2 clears each. Couldn't be a better start for those. Other teams with clears on the board, so could potentially still finish on a 0 score, are Italy, Sweden, Norway and Great Britain. And the rest are yet to find a clear. Well, we take our short drag break now. It's anticipated to be around 12 minutes long, and then we'll be back to bring you the second half of round 1 of this Junior Nations Cup competition live on FEI TV.
En een voorval, dat kenteken 27 SKK8. Zo kan u uw auto's plaatsen. Dat betekent ook nog voor de auto De show. Met een kenteken de 7 TLZ 34. Leden zitten nu op uw auto te verplaatsen. Borrelf Janssen prijs, dames en heren, we gaan overeenkomstig met ons programma vervolgen in de eerste schut de eerste ronde. De tweede ruiters zijn Amsterdamse schat van de 14 landen die deelnemen aan de Nations Cup op de Borrelf Janssen prijs. De Borrelf Janssen installatiebedrijf is een dynamische onderneming gespecialiseerd in technische installatietechniek. Onder het motto gewoon goed leveren wij een diversiteit aan diensten en producten van hoge kwaliteit tegen een scherpe prijs. Bij ons staan behoeften en wensen van de klant altijd centraal. Welkom deze show, wij gaan verder dames en heren met de Nations Cup, de eerste ronde. 14 landen die deelnemen om de gouden medaille te behalen. We gaan kijken naar de eerste combinatie, althans de derde combinatie voor Duitsland. En dat is de Vivienne combinatie met Caribina. Navolging van Caribina dan. Representing Germany.
Well, good morning and welcome back to Zuidwolde, to this Junior Nations Cup. We bring you the second half of round one now, and the third rider for the German team is now into the ring. She's just brought down this turquoise-coloured oxer, which has been one of the key parts of this course that's been quite influential so far. This is Vivienne Wodacek with Caribina, as a third rider for the German team. Germany sit now on a minimum score of 5 with this fence down for Vivienne. Fences here are 1.40 meters in height. Well, great down that final line for Vivienne Wodacek, gives us a score of 8. That means the German team total will be 8 at a minimum. So even if their final rider can jump clear, their score will be 8.
Van de combinatie uit Italië met Oberon van den Berg van de Hekstetten van de Zuidwolde, de Benny van Concorde.
It's now the turn of Lavinia Lobosco with Oberon Vandenberg. Lavinia has a couple of good horses in her string. Once again, the turquoise oxer goes down. Becoming a real bogey fence in this course. Great horse in the form of Zanta. Lavinia. as she comes now towards the water. This one, Oberon Vandenberg, is a 10-year-old gelding that she has had for some time. Also been ridden by Ludovica Lobosco. But Lavinia took this to a few Nations Cup legs last year, as well as the European Championships. This is their first Nations Cup of the year. Well, the score will be 13 for Lavinia Lobosco. It's 12 for jumping and 1 for time. Our time allowed is 76 seconds. A score of 13 then for Lavinia. Italy's minimum score now is 7. So for Denmark now, it is the turn of Sofie Pogsen Konradsen with Cougar 14. Comes away from that green upright at fence 5 now to the water. So good question to be asked there by the course designer. Water is separated by 2 uprights, so 2 questions of a collection, and there again she needed to be really collected for the start of that double combination, and sadly he was a little bit deep there, just didn't quite have the right shot, so down it came. But good down the final line, just 1 pole down for Denmark's Sofie Pogsen Konradsen. Moves the minimum score for the Danish team up to 7. A 3, an 8 and a 4. So what I mean by that minimum score is that even if the final rider jumps clear, that's the minimum score the team will count when we take the drop score into consideration. For Belgium then, this team have been looking very strong, and their third rider is Nikita van der Meersen with Impresario van der Heffink. The Belgian team, as I say, looking so strong. 2 clears already on their score sheet. Nikita van der Meersen, this talented young lady, making her 2nd Nations Cup appearance of the year. She jumped in Zuidwolde in the Czech Republic for a 3rd place finish for the team. Was with the horse Festif de Biche. Impresario, her horse for these 1m40 and 145 classes. She's jumped really well on the Sunshine Tour with this horse. Had a good few top 10 placings already this year. 4 in fact. And this could not be better for the Belgian team. It's another clear round. Belgium will finish round 1 on a 0 score. They will very much be in the mix, very much at the top of the tree. 3 clears already. The opportunity to bring forward 4 riders, but they don't actually all have to start, so we will see how they choose to play that as the competition goes on. They may wish to save their final rider to be a little bit fresher. Lydia Butel, though, comes next with Atos Del, riding for Switzerland. Lydia rode Muse de Bourguignon in Austria at the Nations Cup. Athos de Elle, this 14-year-old Celle Francais stallion. A relatively new ride for Lydia. In fact, their first international show together was earlier on this month. This horse was with Katie Dinan of the USA. Actually competed in some Major League show jumping 5-star competitions. And performed well at Traverse City in Michigan in America as well. Needs to just work on the straightness down the final line, and so unfortunately that's caused them to become a little imbalanced, and it's 3 down in total for Lydia Butel and Athos de Elle. So with that taken into account and the existing scores, the Swiss team total goes up to 16. We go to Sweden now then. Liam Nilsson is their third rider to take to the stage with Ulla Bella Hastak. Liam, another really experienced rider now for the Swedish team. Just dropped a pole in each round with this horse at Compiègne in the Nations Cup. But he's been a rider on several Nations Cup teams, as well as 2 European Championships, part of the 5th place team last year, and competed in the Pony Europeans in 2021. Those performances in Compiègne, of course, helping Sweden to the win. And a big part of them sitting in 3rd in the season standings as well. Well, foot perfect, as we have come to expect from this young rider. Liam Nilsson with Ulla Bella Hastak add nothing to the Swedish team total. 2 clears now for them, with the rider still to come.
We gaan door met Polen, dan met Nel Zorka en typisch voor Carlo vanuit de Corbin. We rijden representing Polen.
Back to Poland now. It's Nel Salka with Digisport Carlo. Again, our bogey fence is down, this time for Nel Salka, and she's such an experienced competitor. This is really not what we would have expected from the Polish contingent. She's been on a lot of Nations Cup teams, and down comes fence 5 as well. Digisport Carlo's just getting a little bit quick and a bit long and flat here. She needs to be careful of this upright too. Manages that well. Now we really need the control back for this double. Unfortunately, still getting a bit pacey through there. Real key part of the Polish Nations Cup team. Well, the final fence comes down as well for Nel Salka. That is so unusual, really uncharacteristic for that combination. And if we assume that to be the drop score, is the highest score of the Polish team so far. That gives us a team total now of 16 for Poland. All starting to come apart, sadly, for them.
Number 36 at the starting order.
So it's Lucia Fernandez Hidalgo now with the Spanish team with Biblos Del. 1 down so far, but 2 clears at the moment for Spain. Well, Lucia Fernandez Hidalgo heads to the last. Sails well over there. Just 1 down for the Spanish team. Still a rider to come. Remember, they were one of the teams at the top of the tree with the 2 clears. Now just 1 pole down.
En de finale trekschakeling van Gentleman Baldo Limit, representing Portugal.
Peter Lennon comes now for Portugal. Again, must be a counting score with that unfortunate early elimination. Inspector is by Gentleman. Once again, fence 3 is causing a serious problem here. Peter himself has had some great results already this year. Again, just a little bit deep into that. Oxa takes the 2 front poles out with the front hooves. The horse he's ridden most extensively is Eternity. This horse is a new ride for Peter, but has been a ride for Michael van der Vleuten most recently. Of course, Michael, absolutely top rider. Been competing this horse in the 2-star classes. But over the time, though, as well, it's 10 for Peter Lennon and Inspector. Really interesting combination for Portugal. Sadly, though, takes the Portuguese team total up to 30.
Czechia Republic now. De third rider, Rosalie Victrava, met Koenie van Hengsten, Conato Herman Victoire.
So, for the Czech Republic once again then, it's Rosalie Pichtrova. With Kudi. Kudi's a 12-year-old gelding by Colato. She's placing this horse quite deep at the fences. He's a forward horse naturally. Czech Republic with a 4 and a 5 already. The score will be 4 for Rosalie Pichtrova then. For the Czech Republic, the team total goes up to 8. So just to give you a little bit of context for that, the Czech Republic, as I say, now to a team total score of 8. Team France are on a score of 3, but are yet to have their third rider start. So we've got 4 more of the third riders still to come. Portugal very much out of the running on a score of 30 already. Poland and Switzerland on 16 apiece. Germany and the Czech Republic on 8. Italy and Denmark on those scores of 7. Well, Siba Liemans is up next for the Netherlands, the home nation. And the Dutch team have 2 clears already. A clear would keep them on a 0 score. They'd be level with Belgium. Siba is 118th in the FEI jumping under 25 ranking. You have to be really consistent to get a good ranking like that. The ride today is Cobalt. 9-year-old gelding that Siba's contested in a few junior competitions. Has brought this to a couple of Nations Cups in the past as well. But primarily they've competed in the 2-star classes. So for the home nation then, we're looking to keep them on a clean sheet. Siba Liemans coming down to the last and perfectly judged. It's 3 clears now for the Netherlands. So 3 clears for Belgium, 3 clears for the Netherlands. Those 2 teams very much in the mix and very much at the top of the tree. So let's go to France then now. Yuan China is their latest rider with Bacchus Decam. Bacchus Decam is a 13-year-old gelding by Rock and Roll Semi. Well, coming down the final line, Yuan China, the best result so far of the French team. It's clear and it's inside the time allowed, 71.22 on the clock. Keeps the French team on a score of 3. Time allowed, of course, being 76 seconds. She has got plenty of time there. Well, we'll go to Great Britain once again now then to Charlie Atkinson. Remember, we do have that unfortunate British elimination, and Charlie takes the bogey fence down. Fence 3 over there on the far side of the ring. This is Charlie's first Nations Cup, and his ride is Ballingowan Leia, an 11-year-old mare. This horse actually used to compete in eventing and was competed by Polly Stockton of Great Britain and got up to the 3-star level. She competed pretty well, came 6th in Wellington in the 3-star short and 7th in the 2-star long at Alnwick as well, those being back in 2020. Now though, takes to the show jumping stage with Charlie Atkinson. He's actually had 3 wins with this horse in their career together so far. Again, he's inside the time, 74.89, but 1 pole down. He's going to put Great Britain to a team total of 4. That looks quite competitive at the moment. Score of 4 will drop them just below France. But we do have plenty of teams on a higher score already, with 1 rider still to come. Emma Talula-Ben is the 3rd rider in for the Norwegian team. Power Girl van der Heffink is the ride. Well, there is seriously something that these riders are really struggling with the turquoise oxer up at the top end of the arena, and Power Girl van der Heffink has taken a real dislike to this. This is going to be very costly for time, which is such a pity as we already have that elimination for the Norwegian team. Good riding from Emma to get through the flags there. So of course we'll pick up the 4 for the refusal. But this has wasted them quite a lot of time. Well, unfortunately, that will be elimination for Emma Talula-Ben, and the Norwegian team's troubles go from bad to worse, 2 eliminations now, which means that they cannot field a full score in round 1, sadly 2 eliminations.
We gaan door met de laatste, de 4e ruiters van de 14e landen, dus Borrhoff, Jansen, Prijs. Allereerst de laatste combinatie voor Duitsland, Max Mersforman met 1 mile. Voorrijder representing Germany.
Alright then, we have just the final riders of each team still to come. And it's Max Mersforman with 8 mile 3 to round things out for the German team. Score of 8 at a minimum so far for them. Max Mersforman, another of our really experienced competitors. And clears the last in fine style. Max Mersforman adds nothing at all to the score, so it's a clear for Germany. That means that we drop the score of 8 for the German team, and we count a 7, a 1 and a clear to give them a score of 8. Filippo Bolognini is up next, riding for Italy with Denver HE. The Italian team on a score of 7 at the moment. Another rider who's been competing on the Nations Cup Series previously this year, double clear at Busto Arsizio on home soil for the win. And then he picked up 5 in round 1 at Compiègne. Wow, a really big rattle there, but it stays in the cups. Luck is on Filippo Bolognini's side. And some great cheers going up from the support team. Filippo Bolognini with Denver HE comes home clear. That means Italy can discount the score of 13, and 7 is their team total for round 1.
It's the totaal score in the first round for Italy.
The two teams have completed in round 1 now, Germany and Italy. Italy just edging ahead with a score of 7. Versus Germany's 8. Laura Sargent is already onto the course. Rides for Denmark. Again, competed at our leg in Drammen in the Junior Nations Cup. Castino Drum Van Het Jukshot is her ride. This is the horse that she rode in Drammen as well. Now comes down to the Netherlands for this leg. She competed at the Europeans, the Pony Europeans. She's actually been really successful with her pony ride, Foxtown Elderberry. Now they're also competing as a junior. Castino Drum Van Het Jukshot is actually just 8 years old. It's an 8-year-old gelding. And she's primarily been contesting the 1-star classes with this horse up to this year. Well, the score will be 17 for Laura Sargent of Denmark, so that's going to need to be the drop score for the Danish team. They now count the 3, the 8 and the 4 to give them a score of 15 in total.
België, 3 combinaties al gehad, 3 combinaties foutloos. In de vierde, Jules de Wit met Geisha de la Pompe CDL. The next quick bar now, Dark.
Well, it looks like the final rider for the Belgian team is going to compete. This is Jules Danute, who rides Geisha de la Pomme. This pair jumped well at Compiègne, sadly eliminated in round 1, but then brought it back for a good clear in round 2. Geisha de la Pomme, an 8-year-old mare, so Jules taking the opportunity to get the miles on the clock. Belgium, of course, already with 3 clears. Comes down the final line then, Jules Danute. And it's just one pole down with Geisha de la Pomme. That's going to be the drop score for the Belgian team. They already have 3 clears, so they are on a 0 score. Switzerland are next up to complete round 1. It's Charlotte van Wessel. And Charlotte's ride is Devil's First Sexy ZZ. Regular junior and 2-star competitor. And this is her first Nations Cup. She's pretty consistently jumping clears with this horse though. She's a 10-year-old mare. Well, Charlotte van Wessel just reapproaching here. Good the second time. .30 will be the eventual score for our latest competitor for Switzerland. Unfortunately then, that makes things pretty tricky for the Swiss team. The 30 we will drop. We'll count to 12 vaulting rounds and a 4, which gives them a score of 28 in total, and they drop to the bottom of the list. So now back to Sweden then. Crucial round here for Lynn Arvidsson with Glenn Morangi. The Swedish team have 2 clears already. And we need another if they are to stay level with Belgium at the top of the leaderboard. This combination were part of the winning team at Compiègne. And Lynn also won the Prix Equibel with Glenn Morangi there as well. Oh, down comes a fence. Let's hope she can just keep it to the 4. Well, comes a little unstuck in the triple combination, but Lynn Arvidsson will just pick up the 4, and that's going to be the team total for Sweden now. Still a strong performance, and still a very strong score for them.
Daria Pizza met Indica Kala van het staccato de Landstar, de voorrijder representing Polen.
Right then, back to Poland now. They're on to a team total of 16. So this will be added onto that. It's Daria Pietrak with Unica K. This pair dropped 1 pole per round in Austria at our Nations Cup leg. But she also has competed herself at the European Championships with the horse Monsoon. And once again, it's a 1 pole down round for Daria Pietrak, a fairly consistent pair. So we will drop the score of 16. The team total for Poland now is 20 from round 1.
20 penalty points. Spanje nu met de laatste combinatie Olivia Alvarez-Garcia. Bijna de Zoko. De laatste combinatie representing Spain.
So let's go back to Spain now. It's Olivia Alvarez Garcia with Quinoa de Sauco. Another rider from last year's Europeans, that though with the horse Coco Pelli B. Quinoa is an 8-year-old mare. Was with Carlos Lopez Fanjul Tartier of Spain just until March. And Olivia then took on the ride in March of this year. Oh dear, well that's not what Olivia Alvarez Garcia would have wanted at all. Tough jump in, and then not being able to keep the straightness for the second and third element. This is now going to be costly for time as well, unfortunately. However, Spain already have 2 clears and a 4 faulting round, so they can finish on a score of 4. That's going to be the eventual score for this team, regardless of Olivia's performance. Her teammates have already laid down some good performances. Well ridden the second time. And the time gives them 19 in total. But no matter, those 3 strong performances put the Spanish team onto a total team score of 4.
De totaalscore in deze eerste ronde 4 strafpunten in de first round. Dat scored voor penalty points. We gaan door met Portugal. Dat is Alice Laruca. Rijdt hier Karim van Hengste Harry VDR.
Alice Larussa comes now with Karim for Portugal. Again, a tough day at the office for the Portuguese team. 1 elimination, 1 score of 20 and 1 score of 10. So all Alice can do here is try to keep that score as low as possible. Nice and balanced through the triple. This is looking like a really strong performance for Portugal. Alice Larissa can certainly be very, very proud of that round. Gets the... just a fraction of the time allowed, in fact. So it is going to be 1 for the Portuguese rider. Team total for Portugal goes up to 31. So taking a look at the team standings, that puts Portugal in 13th place, unfortunately. The only team that they best is Norway at this stage. Switzerland are down there in 12th, Poland in 11th, Denmark 10th, and Germany 9th as it stands. Katarina Bubakova of the Czech Republic is in now with Ella. Czech team on a score of 8. At the moment, this 4 will put them up to 12. That means that the Czech Republic will drop out of our top 8 and Germany will jump in. Oh, well, what a shame. A hoof in the water for Katarina Bubakova. Just this last line then for Katarina Bubakova of the Czech Republic. Should be good for time. Oh, what a pity. The final fence goes as well, so it's going to be a score of 12 for Katarina and Ella. That will be the drop score. We count 2 4 vaulting scores and a 5 to give us a team total of 13. Well, the Netherlands are also opting to field their final rider, despite having 3 clears already. It's Yves Willem. Yves is absolutely entitled to compete in round 1 here. Highway is the round. Jumped a great double clear at Busto Arsizio for our Nations Cup leg. Part of the 4th place team. Also jumped double clear at Linz Ebelsberg. So a perfect record so far for the season for this combination. Well, Yves Willem opts to retire, just maybe taking a little look around the course, ready for round 2. But that's going to not really count for their performance. They already have 3 clears. So at the top of our leaderboard, we have the Netherlands and Belgium, each of those on 3 clear rounds, a 0 score. So another key rider that we've seen in a lot of these Nations Cup competitions in the past, as well as at 2 European Championships so far, is Nolan Valat. Those European appearances being in the pony division. Nolan rides Yol Cyclamen. Just 1 pole down in Compiègne. Yol Cyclamen is a 10-year-old Celle Francais gelding. had some strong performances, getting into the top 10 in some under 25 Grand Prix in recent months as well. Well, one time penalty for Nolan Vallat of France. Not a rider we were used to seeing picking up the time penalties, but France dropped their score of 4, and they count a 3, a 1 and a 0 to give them a team total of 4. That puts them level with Sweden and Spain. One time penalty has just made them level with those teams and not be able to stay ahead. The final rider for the British team is Olivia Spooner. Riding Equine America Bingo du Château. This, of course, that former ride of Joe Stockdale. He's competed this horse in several 5-star Grand Prix. Including at Hickstead, in Monte Carlo, in Hamburg, Windsor and Paris, just to name a few. So an established horse, 13-year-old, giving the experience to Olivia Spooner, this junior rider. First Nations Cup for her. Well, it's clear for the British rider, nothing to add at all, so that elimination won't really matter to the British team. It's a score of 4. They are now level with Sweden, Spain and France. Well, the final rider for Norway will come forward now. It's Mikkel Frede Nielsen, another name that you will be very familiar with from this series, with Anna van de Hiekeleiden. Final rider for Norway. This 10-year-old Canaan-bred mare. Unfortunately, this is not going to help the Norwegian score. They have 2 eliminations. But we do already have the top 8 decided in today's competition. Norway sadly will finish at the bottom of the table in 14th place with 2 eliminations. But still a good opportunity for Mikkel to give Anna van de Hiekeleid some good experience. And it's a clear, beautiful round for the Norwegian, but the team will be eliminated. So taking you down that leaderboard then, your top 8, that will come back, and of course they'll come back in reverse order of placings, will be the Netherlands and Belgium, both on a 0 score. Sweden, Great Britain, Spain and France all come forward with a score of 4. Italy on a score of 7, And then Germany will go through to the top 8 on a score of 8. That means that we lose the Czech Republic, Denmark, Poland, Switzerland, Portugal and Norway. Well, that concludes round 1 of this Junior Nations Cup competition. Of course, it is, as ever, a 2-round class. So we'll be bringing you round 2 very shortly. That will be kicking off at 1:15 local time, so 1:15 Central European time. At 12:15 if you are joining us from the UK. So we have a couple of hours break now until that second round of this Junior Nations Cup competition. In the meantime, we have some individual competitors taking to the ring, the Junior Big Tour class, with 40 coming forward in that competition. Stay with us though, we are bringing you round 2 live on FEI TV in about 2 hours' time.
En het pond 25, dames en heren, gaan we ons programma volgen met de In Between, de Moral Janssen prijs, de Victors, de Juniors In Between. The left point 25, we expect the first competitor. Begin Protect Arena, parcours ontworpen door Henk Linders, in samenwerking met Martin Jansen, Jacques Melon en Arno Zegers. Ontworpen volgens tabel A. Snelheid 375 meter per minuut. Lengte van het parcours 470 meter en er is een toegestane tijd van 76 seconden. 12 hindernissen in het parcours, 15 sprongen. Welcome to the one-all Janssen prijs, Victor Juniors In Between. Competition against the clock. De wedstrijd direct op tijd. De eerste combinatie uit Zweden. Carl Hugo Westerberg. En de Dakada remix van een start tempo van Heartbreaker. The first player representing Sweden. De eerste combinatie van Cox, een mooie tijd neergezet van 70-50 ondanks de seconde. Well done. We are in 70.50 seconds. Carl Westerberg en Dakada remix. Combinatie uit België nu. Ik neem Tina Lux met de Cash de Leclerc van Hengster Cassander. Ja, en ook Van Roos, snelle tijd, 66, 51 honderdste seconde. Here in 66.51 seconds. Very fast. Liberty Deluxe en de Cash de Leclerc. Hadden we het tweede en aan Lefwist. Het hier Mexico van de Vival. Derde combinatie op de morgenveldse reis. Time to beat 66.51.
Mooi om te zien hoe dit het hoogste plaatsje in deze week binnen gaan komen voor de terreinstuitreiking. De topvries ging voor de strijd. De junioren en de jongeren die ding. Van bij iedereen zijn, dan vanuit het België. Applaus voor Mathieu Porto 10. Ja, prachtig voor België. De prestaties naast jury Leo Joost aanwezig. De prestaties tonen aan de winnaar vanuit België en aan de organisatie Ingrid Snijders aanwezig. Ook de winnaar die deze keer aan het deze dichtvoerderij is de organisatie. De tweede plaats met trouwens deel van het weer River Portugal.
Van Roos 73,23, here in 73.23 seconds. Results en aan Lefwist en Mexico. Maar met Polen, Nicolai Zuurman en de Miss Carentino. Presenting Polen.
Voor Polen, de topchef. Prestaties zijn ook altijd nog niet te veel voor de motor van deze week. Als prestaties zijn ook altijd, gaan wij naar de eerste ronde. Round of honor voor de winnaar voor België. Daarvoor ook zien de prijswinnaars in deze Jaapse Broekarena, namelijk op dit steekboek Boek de presentaties aan de groepsprijswinnaars. Ook is er wat al afgelegd voor ons team van parcourshouders. Deze blijft voor alle 1 komma volgen. Natuurlijk vooral flexibel.
8 strafpunten in het akkoord, 4 erbij voor de tijd. De 12 totaal, 79, 91 honderdste seconde. En dat totaal valt. Ruling for time penalty, 79.91. Groot-Brittannië nu met Steve McCoy en Douws de time. De vijfde combinatie op de morgenveldse prijs. De time to beat, 66.51. 4 strafpunten in de tijd van 73,34 voor penalty points, 73.34. Results Great Britain, Yves Mackay en Niels de Tuin. Aanleiding Clementine Lux uit België met Kees de Leclerc van 66,51, de time to beat 66.51. Maar door met de Nederlandse Amazon Joni van Zandvoort, de 6 op de startlijst. Van Roos 76,73, 1,5 voor de tijd, one time penalty, 76.73. Results Joni van Zandvoort en Gilly Duvaudeux. We gaan door met Zweden met Alice Rosenqvist voor Forever is in Illinois. Van de kanalman Quick Start. Vier strafpunten 75,71 voor penalty point, 75.71. The result is Rosenqvist representing Sweden. Volgende formatie uit België, Steve Bombaré met Primavera van den Denhoeven. Geboren in 2015 Mary, zijn dochter van Thomas de Bruyse van Darko, representing Belgium. 28 strafpunten binnen het parcours, 20 erbij voor de tijdafscheid. In totaal 48 strafpunten, in totaal 48 penalty points. Including 20 time penalties. Results stay Bommerdé met primavera van de derde hoeve. Ga door met de Nederlandse Samson Renske van Binnendorp. Bereikt hier die van Quality. Zijn nakomeling van nummer 1, Ballon de Rouet. Representing the Netherlands, Renske van Binnendorp. Vier strafpunten in het parcours, 16 erbij voor de tijdafscheiding, 20 totaal, 91.95 is the time. And we have the total 20 points including 16 time penalties. Renske van Binnendorp in dit van Quality. We blijven in Nederland terwijl met Quinten ter Harmsson. Het team Chris Asker van de favoriet Askman, Pidan de Revel, representing the Netherlands. Zestien strafpunten in het parcours, 1 erbij voor de tijd, 17 totaal, 76,87. In total 70 points, including one time penalty, 76.87. Vogliamo battere uit Italië nu met Clarisse van Hengst Clearway, representing Italy. Vouwgouws 74,15, clearing 74.15 seconds. Julia met die Martelli en Claris. En dat is wel goed voor de vierde laatste board position so far. Liberty Deluxe aan de leiding uit België met een tijd van 66,51. Time to beat 66.51. Waardoor net Madeleine als letter start uit Noorwegen en Ibanou van de Ballon du Rhône. Strafpunten in de tijd van 71, 1200 seconden, 12 penalty points, 71.12 seconds. Results Madeleine als met de vulkstad met Ibanou. 7 combinaties nog in het eerste gedeelte, 7 to go, then we have a break. En we kijken naar de combinatie uit Zwitserland. Eva Sakker met de pilote Calvari. Totaal 31 strafpunten, inclusief 19 voor de tijdafzijn. In total 31 points, including 19 time penalties, 94.87. De zaker met pilote Calvari. Waardoor met Roman Zerent en Royal Lavitia vanuit een touchball van Jaguar. 14e combinatie, België aan de leiding met Liberty Deluxe. Time to beat 66.51. 12 verslagpunten in het parcours, 2,5 voor de tijd, 14 totaal, 77,55 in total 40 balls, including 2 down penalties, 77.55. Romance at number 14. We gaan door met Sophia Maria Catana, Enterprise JT Set. Ready for in 2012, dochter van alle rijden van het seizoen, ready van Cartango Set. Verslagpunten in het parcours, 4,5 voor de tijd, 16 totaal. Sophia Maria Catana en Enterprise JT Set, in total 60 balls, including 4 down penalties, 79.65. Nederland zal het worden nu Yves Publiek met de Jetulon PK van de Hengste Etelon Holland Premier. Presenting the Netherlands Yves Publiek, number 16. De voorlaatste is het sprintfout met 44 punten in de tijd van 73,25 voor penalty point, 73.25. Yves Publiek met Jetulon TK. Alicia Bokker, de volgende combinatie Nederland met Galicia de Z van de Diamanten Serie. Representing the Netherlands, Alicia Bokker. 8 strafpunten, 73,62. 1 penalty point, 73.62. Alicia Bakker en Galicia de vierde set. 2 combinaties nog in het eerste gedeelte. Zo te go, then we have a break. Gaat Spanje nu uit naar de heel totaal met Glamour, number 18. Zestien strafpunten in het parcours, 75-38, 16 penalty points, 75.38. Een combinatie uit Spanje. We gaan door met de laatste combinatie. En in het moment van pauze door naar Mozart. En staat nu met de banen van Hengst Bison. Twaalf strafpunten, 71,74, 12 penalty points, 71.74. Results Dora Monza en Baden. En dit was de laatste combinatie in het eerste gedeelte. De laatste competitor in het first part. We have a break at the 12 minutes in de Moralvianse prijs. De Borrelhof Jansenprijs op plekwachtblikken het tweede gedeelte, de eerste combinatie. En we hebben aan de leiding Clementine Lux met een tijd van 66,51. De time to beat 66.51 in de lead. Clementine Lux, Belgium. De prijzen krijg ik straks met de 6 hoogste plaatsen. We expected the 6 highest places rewards for the prize giving ceremony. In de lead, Clementine Lux. Tweede plaats, second place, Carl Hugo Westeren. Dan de derde plaats voor Ella Lofquist. Vierde plaats, Goya Gatti Bardelli. De vijfde plaats op dit moment voor Joni van Zandvoort. En de zesde plaats voor Yveske Priem. Dat is zo, dat het nog opmans. Wij gaan aanvangen met de eerste combinatie, het tweede gedeelte, Kilian Vanger en Cardinal. The first competitor, the second part, for fun. We hebben nog hier achterstandpunt in de tijd van 75,52. 1 penalty board, 75.52 seconds. Result Kilian Vanger uit Frankrijk. Mededeling, mocht u uw auto hier langs de weg hebben geparkeerd, wilt u die dan gaan verplaatsen, want de politie is aanwezig en die nemen de boetes uit. Dus mocht u uw auto hebben geparkeerd hier langs de weg, deze graag verplaatsen. Vakals 72,70, clearing 72.17 seconds. Results on the event during leg is the sky. En daarmee vloog naar de derde plaats, de third position so far. The Deluxe still in the lead, 66.51. It's the time to beat. We gaan door met aantal 5 uit Duitsland. Het kerstmeer van het Handerthof, van het kerstmeer van Schuttershof. Voor de hele achterstandpunten 73,04, 1 penalty point, 73.04, result aan van Vergsten, Desweer van het Handerthof. Nogmaals, dames en heren, mocht u zijn met de auto en u heeft de auto geparkeerd in de berm hier langs de weg, deze graag weghalen, de politie loopt er op de handhaving om bekeuringen uit te delen. Het is niet toegestaan om daar te parkeren. If you have parked your car on the side of the road, please move it. Enforcement is present to hand out fines because it's not allowed to park on the side of the road. Thank you. Vakals, Victoria Schumacher uit Duitsland in de tijd van 71 seconden, clearing 71.71. It's the third position so far. Mooi aanval gedaan op de snelheid van de derde Deluxe met die tijd van 66,51 aan de leiding. De time to beat 66.51. We gaan door met Carla Kaart Eksland uit Denemarken, Diakan, met de diamant de Ruvel. vanaf strafpunt in de tijd van 74,33. Het resultaat voor Carla Langhaat Excel Diata. 12 penalty points, 74.33. Kapitein Carla uit Groot-Brittannië nu met de Jumanji. Heeft gewonnen in 2014. Representing Great Britain. En dat is het tweede hoorstrijd van de Jumanji. En dat betekent aansluiting voor de Engelse van Tabitha Karel, nummer 26, eliminated the second review show. Maar dan wordt met Carlos Borrogio uit Spanje. Daarin van Vilclair van Hengste Diamanten de Sibley, de van Guidan de Rundel.
Mooi de introductie, de Winvoerdersprijs, de Big Tour. We gaan naar de eerste combinatie. Amazone vanuit België, hier in Zuidwolde. Het is de digitale van de eerste. Met Lincoln, Holsteiner uit 2014. Vader van het Orenski, Boerlijn Kassel. Number 1, representing Belgium, Nikita van de eerste.
Vier slagpunten in het parcours in de Intermission Big Tour Juniors. De Warhol-Fiatse prijs in de tijd van 71,27 voor penalty points. 71.27. Duitse combinatie nu, Leonie Pander. Nancy Blot Green. De ruimste aankoming van flankdoelman Graaf Top. Representing Germany. Hallo, Oriented, 7,33, Lyric, present report 33. Second position so far, Lily Panther en Lot Green. En de tweede plaats op dit moment in het klassement op de morgenhalve Janse prijs. Francesca Di Giovanni uit Italië nu met de Chelsea. Van de Cristiano Lifestyle. Representing Italy. Veerslagpunten 75,54 voor penalty point, 75,54. Results Francesca Giovanni en Chelsea. De Borrelf-Janssen prijs, nog 11 combinaties te gaan. Borrelf-Janssen prijs, de Dark to beat, 66,51. Liberty looks in the lead. Second position now, Lily Panther. The third position, Carl Westeren. Fourth position, Victoria Schumacher. The fifth place so far, Audrey Venturi. Sixth place now for Anna Lundqvist. The sixth highest place we expect to reward for the prijsgiving ceremony. We gaan door met Giovanni Fortino. De Guerra van Orsel vanwege de Milanesbal Burgnaam. Punten 76,30, ene rij voor de tijdafscheiding, 13 totaal, 76 30 honderdste seconden, in totaal 30 balls including one time penalty. We gaan door met Spanje, met Miguel Alvarez, Guinness, met Bangarade vooruit, vanwege de Campano FC. 31ste combinatie op de lijst in de Borrelf-Janssen prijs. 24 strafpunten in de tijd van 71,44, 24 volts, 71.44, results Miguel Alvarez, JS Magdabagara, de Florence. 9 combinaties nog, 9 to go. Then the prize giving ceremony, the 6 high spaces before for the prize giving ceremony. We kijken naar Denemarken en dan naar Nicolien Boa Rasmussen met de KBO van Uganda. Vier strafpunten in het parcours in de rij voor de tijd. 76.800ste seconde. 5 volts, including one time penalty. 76.08. Nicolien Boa Rasmussen, Gabriel. Keelpunt, de volgende combinatie uit Ierland. En overal van het Lohan van Eldorado van de 6 representing Ireland. Van Gals van de doorkomst tijd 78.1100ste seconde en het reach 3 time penalties, 78.11 seconds. 3 strafpunten Jan Bakkelman en overal van het Lohan. We zullen dadelijk uit Zwitserland nu met Gigi de Verdoza van het Karnam met nummer 34. En als de tweede horseman, de secondary official, Cassil daar alweer naar Zwitserland met Gigi en de Cardoza. Tweede horseman afsluiting. Gaan door met Paklaf bleek uit Tsjechië. Itjasa de Goede Reden. Dan heeft Darko Malnabak de reden. Vier standpunten in het parcours 73,15 voor penalty points, 73.15 seconds. The results Paklak en Isana de Goede Reden. 5 combinaties nog. We gaan kijken naar de Nederlandse ambtsorde Evie Lieveling. Bereidt hij de media hot nips. Nakomeling van Ikmar. Representing the Netherlands, Evie Lieveling. Acht slagpunten in het parcours, 3 en 5 voor de tijd, 78, 33 honderdste seconden, total 11 volts, including 3 time penalties, 78.33. Even Lieveling en hot lips. We door met Richard uit Frankrijk, nummer 37 van de startlijst in de Moral Jansenprijs. Liberty Deluxe still in the lead, 65.51. Second place now, Leonie Pander. Third place, Carl Hugo Westergen. Fourth place, Victoria Schumacher. Fifth place, at this moment, André Venturi. Sixth place for Ella Lundqvist. achterstandpunten in het parcours, 14 daarbij voor de tijd, 22 totaal, 89 1800ste seconde, in totaal 22 volts, including 14 time penalties, 89.18 seconds, 3 combinaties nog. Door met Alice Crowley, Zuidwolde, Alice van Great Britain met Wimpy Winston van East Cavalier Royal. Punten 76,71, 1 erbij voor de tijd tijdens Crowley en DB Winston. In totaal third fault including 1 time penalty for seating time loud 76.71. De voorlaatste combinatie Jeff Peters uit België met Olina van het Ruitershol. Barry Thierout van Jensen van het Mulafmaal voor Leslie. Applaus 75 1600ste seconde, clearing 75.16 seconds. Results Jeff Peters en Olina van het Ruitershol. En dan even wel naar de 8e plaats in het klassement, de 8th position so far. 1 combinatie nog, dan de prijsuitreiking. Reserve prepare for the prize giving ceremony. Clementine Lux, Leonie van der, Carl Hugo Westgen, Victoria Schumacher, Audrey Venturi. We gaan door met de laatste Paulina Palovska uit Polen met de My Blue Pleasure, die zet van de Mr. Blue. 4 strafpunten in het parcours, 16 erbij voor de tijd, 20 totaal, 91,68 in total 20 faults, including 16 time penalties, 91.68. Paulina Belowska uit Polen. De winnercombinatie bekend uit België, Clementine Lux met een tijd van 66,51. Zo dadelijk de 6 hoogst geplaatste.
Zowel wat in de
Prachtig zicht onder de begeleiding van onze ritmeester, de heer Schatanes. Zien we de 6 hoogste geplaatst in de Bornhof prijs. En we laten naar voren treden de winnende combinatie uit België. Give them a big hand, Clementine Lux. De allerbeste combinatie, en dat is Clementine Lux met Guest FEI. Applaus, snelle tijd, 66,51. Very fast time, 66.51. De effecten was van namens de internationale jury met felicitaties over aan Clementine Lux, 66,51. En dan het zorgorganisatie vrouw Ingrid Snijders. Ingrid Snijders namens de organisatie brengt de felicitaties over en die mooie standplaat als aandenken aan het CSIO Zuidwolde. De tweede plaats is gegaan naar Leonie Pander met Blond Green. De tijd van 70,33 en ook voor deze combinatie een standplaat. De derde plaats naar Carmel Hugo Westgren met Bagada de Revis, 70,50. De vierde plaats voor Victoria Schumacher. De vijfde plaats voor André Venturi. De zesde plaats voor Ella Lufkenvist. Met Mexico, 73,23. Bedankt aan Moran Jansen, de in-between, de Big Tour, de junioren. En dan zien we dat zo dadelijk de bolhoed omhoog gaat. Voor ons in deze, dan gaan we over naar die ronde. Voorop de winnares Clementine Lux. It's to you the lap of honor. Dames en heren, de komt aan de dagje Clementine Lux. Nogmaals proficiat met Clementine Lux, nogmaals onze dank aan Paul Jansen, installatiebedrijf. Even een moment van pauze. Om 1:15 dan gaan we ons programma vervolgen. Wel met de tweede ronde, de second round voor de junior de Nations Cup. Die will start at 30.50. Morgen Jansenprijs, dames en heren, de Nations Cup, de junioren, de tweede ronde. De beste 8 landen vanuit de eerste ronde, die hebben zich geplaatst voor de tweede ronde. De volgorde in deze tweede ronde is allereerst Duitsland, dan Italië, Frankrijk, Spanje, Groot-Brittannië, Zweden, België en dan als laatste Nederland. De starting order for the second round. We start with Germany, then Italy, France, Spain, Great Britain, Sweden, Belgium, the Netherlands.
Geef een applaus mee. Bijzonder wordt gereden. 25, 56 en steeds de leiding over. Dit de plekken voor de van Toornzon 6. Jullie in de 21 voor de 56 seconds. Joni van Zandvoort, Nederlandse Amazone met de snelheid de 8 van Douglas naar Antos 6.
En we gaan overleven nog een week aan van weer met de eerste combinatie. Dames en heren, de Hoorhof Jansen, de Nations Cup, junioren rondgelopen in de tweede ronde. De koor ontworpen door onze course-designer Henk de Linders volgens het tabel A. Snelheid 375 meter per minuut, lengte van het parcours 470 meter en er is een toegestaande tijd van 76 seconden. 12 hindernissen in het parcours, 15 sprongen. Speed of the course, 375 meters per minute. The length of the course, 470 meters. And the time allowed, 76 seconds. 12 obstacles, 50 efforts. De openingstune weggaan van weer dames en heren met de opknoping de tweede ronde in de Morgenhof Jansenprijs de Nations Cup voor de junioren. 8 landen komen terug in die tweede ronde. Allereerst Duitsland. We hebben een totaalscore mee van 8 strafpunten vanuit de eerste ronde. Totaalscore in de first round 8 penalty points. De eerste combinatie is Lennart Tilman en Mike Balou, de Oldenburger van Ballon de Rouen van Couleur Roubaix. The first competitor representing Germany.
Well, a very good afternoon to you once again, and welcome back to this FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Series held in Zuidwolde in the Netherlands. We are on the Junior Nations Cup competition at the moment. And we brought forward the top 8 teams from today's competition. Those top 8 teams for you are Germany. Of course, we're going in reverse order of placing. So Germany are the first team into the ring. Their first rider is Leonard Tillman with Bai Balu. The German team come forward with a score of 8 from round 1. We'll then progress up through the top 8 teams until we get to the highest ranked teams, Belgium and the Netherlands. So just to keep you up to date with the teams that we have lost, 9th place after round 1 were the Czech Republic, that score of 13, keeping them out of the top 8. Then Team Denmark finished in 10th place with a score of 15. Poland are in 11th with a score of 20. And then further down the list, it's also goodbye to Switzerland, to Portugal and to Norway. But a brilliant start for Leonard Tillman with Bai Balu. 7 in round 1 and a clear now in round 2. Brilliant way to kick things off for us in this second round.
We gaan door met Eleonora Sanna uit Italië. Representing Italy and in kapitaal VDL van X Caramba.
Well, we continue on then with Italy now. The Italian team come forward in 7th place with a score of 7. Number 7, lucky for some. And their first rider is Eleonora Sanna with Incanto VDL. Exceptionally well-bred horse. It's by Canan Advan in Doctro Mare. And Eleonora jumped clear in round 1.
Unfortunately, who won the car penalty the third spot in the combination from Great Britain. Die won de klasse in de sprintklasse. Deze de achteraan van de Frans. Team van Rijsdijk uit de eerste baan. Kijk, Nederland en uit de start met
Well, safely through the double. That was quite influential in round 1. Eleonora Sanna, a really experienced competitor. And coming forward with this 11-year-old gelding who's pretty established. Huge jump at number 10. This final line then brings you through the triple combination. And then that nice 6 strides down to the final Oxer2 finish. Our time allowed is 76 seconds. So unfortunately, Eleonora Sanna will pick up 1 time penalty, coming home in a time of 76.71. So 2 jumping clears to kick things off for us in this competition.
Eerste combinatie voor Frankrijk. Frankrijk het wel scoorde in de eerste ronde voor penalty points.
And 1 time penalty. That time, of course, could be really influential, and plenty of riders picked up time penalties in round 1. Moving on then to France, coming forward in 6th place from round 1, but only on a score of 4. Now we have 4 teams on a score of 4: France, Spain, Great Britain and Sweden. So it is absolutely all to play for these 4 teams. We could see a real shake-up in this leaderboard. And Jack Conlon-Gatto is the first rider for the French team with Amour d'un Jour. Jack just dropped 1 pole in round 1. Amour d'un Jour very much helping him out through the double there. Well, coming home, Jack Conlon-Gatto just drops 1 pole over the 2 rounds of jumping, gets the clear here for the French team. A perfect start for them, much like Germany.
Spanje met Celia Bobo-Teran en Anton Duroc van Hengst Rockerhal Severia uit de bed van Modesta.
So now we go to Spain, another of these teams on a score of 4. 2 clear rounds from their first 2 riders, one being this young lady, Celia Cobo Terran with Alto du Roc. Nothing to add in round 1. And Spain with 3 very strong performances, one slightly unfortunate round from their final rider, but of course that's the point of having a drop score. It's the best 3 scores that count. Doesn't need to be from the same 3 riders, just the best 3 scores per round. Well, Celia Cobo Terran has a lovely measured approach, lovely balance all the way around here. Looks like she's going to have timed this perfectly. She has, but unfortunately down comes the final fence. Ah, that was a beautiful round and such a shame for Celia to just drop that final pole. What a pity.
En dan Tom de Hoya van de expressieer van het schuttersafmaal Marco. Representing Great Britain.
All right then, let's go to Great Britain now. Another team on a score of 4. This is Maisie Williams with Dalton de Royo. This pair were sadly eliminated in round 1. And she's off to a very speedy start here in round 2. Huge jump at fence 4 across the back end of the arena. This is where she came unstuck last time, just was really jumped out of the saddle. This horse is owned by Guy Williams. Doubles caused a good few problems and she just needed a little more balance to the upright in. Certainly plenty to like about this round. Just as a little on the turn to the Oxer at 10. Well, the final line is not Maisie Williams' friend either, unfortunately, so it will be a score of 20, but good to see her completing round 2.
Results, Maisie Williams en Dalton de Hoya. 20 strafpunten, 71,61. De eerste combinatie van Groot-Brittannië. Nu de eerste voor Zweden in de tweede ronde. Zweden gezet.
Well, onwards then with the rest of our 4 falters. The final team finishing on that 4 score is Sweden. Their first rider is Sver Tegnestedt with Jackal. Jackal, this 10-year-old gelding by VDL Zirocco Blue. And Sver, another of these super experienced riders. There's a lot of competitors in this Junior Nations Cup that we have seen in multiple legs of the Nations Cup series in the past, as well as plenty of European Championship contenders from previous years. Such an honour to be selected to represent your country. just again the straightness needs to be maintained down that final line. We've seen a few people just wandering on that line, but a brilliant start for the Swedish team. It is clear, and a double clear for Sverre Tegnestedt. Gets them off to a perfect start. Well, we now move up to the top of the tree, the top of our leaderboard. It's Belgium and then the Netherlands. The Netherlands just a fraction faster than Team Belgium, but we are talking less than a second over the course of the three best times. So it's extremely close in both time and penalties. Exactly the same score. For Belgium, though, their first rider is Paris van Dusselaar with Saido van de Kutemolen Z. This combination were clear in round one. And in fact, for both Belgium and the Netherlands, their first three riders all jumped clear. So no need for a fourth rider for these teams. But of course, it is a team competition, with the worst score being dropped. These teams hardly needed that, though. Super strong. But what would it mean in terms of our season standings? Well, Team Belgium are ranked 6th at the moment. They won at Centaur Park and have finished 6th and 3rd. That puts them on a standings score of 235. So a win would take them to the top of the leaderboard. Could be a really crucial leg for the season ranking. 3 legs remain, including this competition here today. Well, just inside the time allowed, but really nicely done from Paris van Dusselaar with Saido van de Kutemolen Z. It's double clear. Nothing to add yet for the Belgian team. Certainly puts the pressure on this next competitor. It's Timon Vos with Cadillac Z, the first rider out for Edwin Hugenrath's Dutch team. Timon jumped clear in round one. And I have no doubt we'll be looking for a double clear here today. Had some really successful rounds so far this season, and Timon has been a real stalwart of the Dutch team. Not necessarily the quickest round, but I think he's keeping up a really nice regular rhythm. That pace is up, just not too quick. They look like they are taking their time. Stunning horse here. This one is by Carrera VDL. But Timon just rides so quietly and makes fairly light work. Unfortunately, the final fence goes, though. Oof. We now need 3 more clears from the Netherlands if they're to stay level with Belgium. 1 pole drops for the home nation. Well, Weike Sophie Bader is the next rider to take to the stage, riding for Germany with Shades of Grey.
Second riders now for the 8 nations. First, Germany, the second rider, Weike Sophie Bader, Shades of Grey.
Weike didn't drop a single pole in round 1, but picked up 1 time penalty. That time is not overly generous. We have seen a good few riders pick up time penalties in today's competition. Well, beautiful round, and Vika Sophie Bader makes no mistake this time in terms of the time. The German team are coming out strong for round 2. Score of 8 in round 1, but now 2 clears already. And still, their rider who jumped clear in round 1 is to come. And this could be a crucial performance. The German team, not at the top of things by any stretch after round 1, but they're not too far behind, and strong riding in round 2 can see them climb up as the pressure is on those riders at the top. Well, for Italy, it's now the turn of Angelica Francesca Pellicari with Beauty de l'Epinette. Their score in round 1 was 7, 4 for jumping and 3 for time. So again, you can see that the time can be crucial, and that 7 was the score. Did keep them 1 penalty ahead of the German team, but 3 behind those others. Certainly something to think about. You do not want to be hanging around this course. Again, lovely athletic horse here. She's just able to ride this really quietly. This 14-year-old gelding is by Berlin, and it's foot perfect. Angelica Francesca Pellicari makes no mistake now in round 2, and it's clear for the Italian team. We have a clear and a 1 faulting round on the score sheet for round 2.
Goed gereden in deze tweede ronde. Van alles gebeuren. Je gaat er zacht met goud naar huis. We gaan nu aan het start met de Frankrijk. Alexander Rial.
So the scores start to change. When we get these second riders, we start to see the minimum score that these teams will count. And so let's go to France now. We already have a clear on the board, so this could be a drop score potentially. It's Alexandre Real with Cadet du Ruisseau Z. He's a 15-year-old gelding with Carthago breeding on the dam side. Owned by Andre van de Paplier. Fence 5 down for the Frenchman. Has a good look at the water, jumps right, and he's still jumping right over the Shakespeare designed fence. Through the combinations, we certainly need to maintain that straightness. Let's see how that straightness fares through the triple combination. He's getting closer and closer to the wings. Now Alexandra does really well to get back to the centre of the fence. It will be a bit over the time as well, though. Oof, 2 for time and 4 for jumping for Alexandra Real. Just picked up 3 in round 1. Now the total score is 6, but the French team have that clear. So potentially they still could finish on their score of 4. We will wait to see. We're riding Dillian M. For Spain, we now have Jamie Astolfi Lopez. This combination were clear in round 1. Come forward here for a second go around this course. Spanish team on the score of 4. Well, we're working on the 4. And that means that the Spanish team dropped to a team total of 8. As now they have 2 4-faulting rounds. So they've dropped behind those other teams coming through on 4. Just lands a bit left coming through the double to get himself the most economical line. Well, just this last line then. Jamie Astolfi Lopez for Spain. Lovely riding down that final line. It will be 1 pole dropped, and the Spanish team go to a team's total of 8. Big difference there, especially with how tightly packed these teams are. Noura von Bülow is next up for Great Britain. Riding the 11-year-old gelding Interstar B by I'm Special Demuse. Noura jumped clear in round 1 and has been on plenty of the Nations Cup teams this season. Speedy through the double. Great Britain now dropped to a score of 8 though. Really lovely jumping horse. Really maintains this well, and she's quick too. 70.05 on the clock. It's 1 pole down though for 4 penalties. We'll have to add that to the British total from round 1 of 4, and the team score is now 8, level with Spain.
Zweden nu met Emma Nilsson, de Nikita van de Vosberg. Geboren in 2013.
Another team level with those two after round 1 is Sweden. Ebba Danielsson comes next, riding Nikita van der Vosberg. Now this pair had the drop score in round 1. That score was 12. Sweden with 1 clear already. Another clear would be so valuable here. They could keep themselves comfortably ahead of Spain and Great Britain. Doesn't really push too much for the water, but eases down to the upright following. Nice and forward throughout these turns. He's just starting to steady a little bit now and balance, ready for this final line. We've got just under 10 seconds to get home though. But Danielsson has taken her time a little bit here. Looks like she'll just get there. Yeah, 75.16, uses all the time available, but it's 2 clears now for Team Sweden. Brilliantly judged and a great start for the team. 2 clears now on the board. Sweden and Germany looking very, very strong in round 2.
Dat is Ines van Dijk met J. van Beek. Nakomeling van Commonwealth. Second rider representing Belgium.
Okay, let's go to Belgium then. To this leading team, one of our leading teams, with Inez van Dijk. Inez rides J. Comgola van Beek, a 10-year-old by Com Il Faut. Again, clear in round 1. One pole has dropped already for the Belgian. Very clean jumping through the double. We're now working on the 8 though. So it opens the door slightly for the Netherlands, but they still have their clear, of course. Oh, down comes another fence for Inez van Dijk. Well, it just goes to show that a clear in round 1 does not necessarily mean the same in round 2, and it's 12 for the Belgian rider. We won't yet have to count that score. Belgium still have 1 clear, so it will come down to the later riders. Let's go to the Netherlands now. They must jump a clear in order to be within a chance of finishing on 0 across the 2 rounds. If not, it's a minimum 4 for the Netherlands. Nick Nanning is the rider to take on this pressure with Horse Gym's Klasina. They were clear in round 1, and it really was a beautiful jumping round in the first round. This horse is just 9 years old and is by Casalito out of a Clarimo mare. Very lucky at the water. Seemed very close there. Through the double safely. That's another pace that's been super influential today. Swings out well to 10. Just this final line then for Nick Nanning and Horse Gym's Klasina. Keeping the Netherlands in with a chance. Gets exactly what he needs. It's a clear for the Netherlands. The home nation are still in the running.
En daar Nederland in de tweede ronde bij de 2 combinaties in de 4 slagpunten in vakloos. We hebben de tweede combinaties gehad. We gaan nu door naar de derde combinaties van de 8 landen in deze tweede ronde. De Nation Cup de junioren. We gaan ons programma volgen met de derde combinatie.
Okay, so now we are on to the third riders for each of the teams. This is Vivienne Wodacik of Germany with Carabina. 2 down in round 1. 8. Germany on a score of 8. Ah, the down come the Ladybirds. Again, another influential point on course. Now another fence goes. She's now matched her performance from round 1. And sadly coming apart in the double as well. This is not what Vivienne Wodacik would have liked. Well, down to the final fence. The time is fine for our German competitor, but sadly it's 16 on the board. But they still have one rider to come. Maybe that will be the drop score.
16.18 seconds via Godazzi en Caripina. En dan weten jullie op 8 strafpunten in penalty points so far. We gaan door met Italië.
Italy will be next up
Lavinia Lobosco.
with Lavinia Lobosco riding Oberon van den Berg. Italian team is led by their chef de keep Marco Bergomi. Lavinia's ride is 10 years old and is by Thunder van der Zuidwolde. Offence goes for the Italian team. They now go to a minimum score of 8 for sure. We have a 1, a clear and a 4, so should the 4 be the drop score, it will still be 1 to count. Well, Lavinia Lobosco still working on that 4. Now on the 8. Rattles the last, but she is 100th of a second inside the time allowed. That is extremely close. Sadly, 2 fences down then. Her score in round 1 was 13. Italy go to a team total of 8. Yuan China of France is into the ring, following Italy, riding for France with Bacchus Decam. A 13-year-old by Rock and Roll Semi. French team on that score of 4 from round 1. We're still on the 4 at the moment. Anything picked up by Yuan is going to add to that score here. So we are very much hoping for a clear. Really strongly fires at the double. Yuan has a really positive way of riding. Which then means he's not leaving much to chance here. He's very bold into these combinations. Really trusts Bacchus Decam. And well, he should. It's a double clear for Yuan China of France. Nothing to add at all yet, so the French team stay on a score of 4. So at the moment we have 2 teams still on 4, Sweden and France. Swedish team are yet to bring forward their 3rd rider though. Great Britain, Spain, Germany and now Italy are all on 8. There's a lot of jockeying for position between places 5 and 8 here. And of course it is a crucial point in terms of season standings. Well, the turquoise oxer at the back end of the arena has been really influential. Has a knock-on effect for Lucia Fernandez Hidalgo with Biblos Delle, and they're now working on the 8. For Spain, that puts the Spanish team up to a score of 12 at a minimum, and they will drop behind Germany and Italy. That's how quickly this competition can change. Absolutely, well, at the drop of a poll. Quite literally. Still this combination to tackle, handled that well. And Lucia Fernandez Hidalgo comes home with that score of 8 for Spain. Puts the Spanish team, as I say, up to the score of 12 now. They must now count 2 4-faulting rounds in round 2. And add that to their 4 from round 1. So Charlie Atkinson is third in for Great Britain. We know Great Britain are on a score of 8 at a minimum now. So Charlie could really do with a clear. He dropped 1 pole in round 1. And his ride here this afternoon in the Netherlands is Ballingowan Leia. It's an Irish-bred 11-year-old mare by Future Trend out of a Master Imp horse. This is the horse you may just pick up on that Master Imp breeding. This is the horse that actually competed up to 3-star eventing level with Polly Stockton. If you remember that from round 1. But certainly has a serious affinity for the show jumping. And Charlie Atkinson comes home with a clear round as well. So nothing yet further to add for Great Britain, still on their score now of 8. We see Spain drop into 8th place with their 12. Italy, Germany and Great Britain now on their scores of 8. Sweden then, where the highest placed team in the 4s, so the fastest 4-faulters. And it's Liam Nilsson next with Ulla Bella Hostak. This Swedish team is really star-studded when you look at the results of these young riders. Liam was clear in round 1. Oh, but the Shakespeare fence is down as well. It's now 8 for Liam Nilsson. Ooh, Sweden do still have the 2 clears though. So the pressure would be on their final rider, Lynn Arvidsson. It really is going to come down to the final riders here. Really hard to call this competition. Well, 8 is the total score for Liam Nilsson. A little bit uncharacteristic there. And I've no doubt he will be hoping that Lynn Arvidsson can jump clear to keep them on that score of 4. It's neck and neck at the moment between France and Sweden for the 3rd spot. And meanwhile, the Netherlands and Belgium are going for the top honours. So for Belgium then, this is Nikita van der Meersen. Nikita jumped clear in round 1 with Impresario van der Heffink. Belgian team on their 0 score from the first round. Well, now Nikita is on the 4. The Belgian team dropped to a score of 4 at a minimum. Nothing to add then towards that final line, but it's just the 4 for Nikita van der Mischen. Puts 4 onto the score of the Belgian team.
And that makes at this moment the score for Belgium for penalty points.
Just changing by the minute here. Team Netherlands looking to keep themselves in the lead. Well, Siebe Liemans is in the ring now. What a experienced competitor to have on your team, riding Cobalt. A slightly less experienced horse, but very talented 9-year-old gelding. Siebe Liemans clearing round 1. The Netherlands looking for a win on home soil. Wouldn't quite put them to the top, but it's a fence down for Siebe Liemans. Now the Dutch team have a minimum score of 4 as well. We have loads of teams now on that score of 4. Balls dropping left, right and centre here. Well, Siebe Liemans and Cobalt, not something we would have expected, but it's 1 pole down and it puts the Dutch team on to a score of 4. Sweden are actually the fastest of our 4 vaulters at the moment. And we just have 1 rider remaining per team. 4 teams are on a score of 4. They are Sweden, the Netherlands, France and Belgium. Great Britain, Germany and Italy are all on 8 and Spain are on 12. Germany's final rider is in the ring now then. It's Max Merschformann with 8 Mile 3. Clear in round 1. Germany still on the score of 8, having had 2 clears so far in round 2. Working hard to get the balance back for that upright coming away from the water. Plenty of tests of adaptability around this course. They need to move on and then be able to collect back as well. Well, Max Merschformann to keep Germany competitive on a score of 8. Big cheers going up from the team. Brilliant, brilliant riding. It's a double clear for Max Merschformann and 3 clear rounds in round 2 for the German team. So they drop the score of 16 and their team total is 8 across the 2 rounds. Could be very valuable, as we have plenty of teams on a score of 8, and they certainly were not slow. Well, Filippo Bolognini is the final rider for Italy with Denver HE. Also clear in round 1. One goes for the Italian. And it puts the Italian team up to a score of 12 now. Some light touches taking these fences down. So Italy are going to very much drop out of the running here. Oh, what a shame. Another fence goes now for Filippo Bolognini. That's costly. Very costly. It's 2 down for the Italian. Means that we drop one of the scores of 8 and we add 9 now from round 2. And that gives a score of 16 for the Italian team. It puts them into 8th place. Dropping down from 6th, it's quite a big difference. For France then, it's now the turn of Nolan Valat. Nolan, such a, you might even say an icon of the French young rider teams with Yole Cyclamen today. France on a score of 4. They sit as the moment in 3rd. But of course we have 4 teams all trying to finish on a score of 4. Nolan Valat was clear but just one jumping penalty in round 1. We do not need a time fault here. We really need a clear here for France to be able to stay ahead. Otherwise they'll drop back off the podium potentially. Again, a forward style of jumping for this horse. Down the final line, Nolan Valat, this super experienced rider for the French team, coming home with the clear. Turns around to look at the clock. There's no mistake this time. And it's nothing at all to add for the French team. 3 clears in round 2. That's going to give us a score of 4 for France, confirmed as a score of 4. Strong performance, and really lays down the standard for some of the other teams as well. The French team have actually only dropped 2 poles between them across the 2 rounds, but we've picked up some time penalties along the way as well. So we go to Great Britain once again now then. They're on a score of 8, and their final rider is Olivia Spooner, with Jennifer Spooner's Equine America Bingo du Chateau, former ride of Joe Stockdale. Should Olivia Spooner be able to jump another clear, of course she was clear in round 1, then Great Britain will finish on a score of 8. That's their best possible score now. They won't be challenging for the win with a score of 8, but they will gain valuable points in the standings. That's what it's about for the British team at this stage. Olivia Sponer then home and with the double clear. Really nicely done, well inside the time allowed. So Great Britain will add just 4 from round 2, and their team total across both rounds is 8. They are level with Germany in terms of the completed teams. Italy also completed on a score of 16, and France on 4. Well, Sweden come next. Another crucial round. Lynn Arvidsson needs a clear with Glenn Morangi in order to keep Sweden on that score of 4 and in contention for a win or a jump off. She has had a pole now. Lynn Arvidsson has increased the Swedish score. Oh, another one down. Ooh, 2 down for Sweden. That puts them on to 12. Big changes here. That would actually drop Sweden from a leading position down into 6th place. Huge changes in the competition as Lynn Arvidsson comes home. Oh, what a shame. Just 1 down in round 1, now 2 down in round 2. So Sweden have to add 8 from round 2, and their team score is 12 across both rounds. No win today for the Swedish team. Of course, winners in Compiègne, 2nd in Drammen. They dropped down to 6th place here in the Netherlands. Well, looks like our Spanish rider has withdrawn, and so we will count 20 as the team total for the Spanish team. They're in 8th place. But it's going to be down to these final riders, and Jules Denute has had a pole down. Belgium are now onto a score of 8. They came forward with a 0 score from round 1, and it's just not gone their way in round 2. They have a clear of 12 and a 4. Now the 4 from Jules Denute with Geisha de la Pomme puts them to a score of 8. And France climb 1 more place. They are guaranteed a place on the podium. Oh, and it's another down for Jules Denute. This is really costly. Just shows the pressure's on. These young riders have got it all to do. Again, it's a pretty uncharacteristic round. But it's 2 fences down for the Belgian. Unfortunately, that means we will have to count this score. We can drop the score of 12, but it's 12 to add in round 2. And Belgium's finishing score is 12. Big shock for a team that looked so strong. 12% in level with Sweden. We'll confirm on the times there for you in just a moment. But this is the final rider into the ring. It is Yves Willem with Highway. The final rider of the competition, the final rider for the home team of the Netherlands. The best score they can finish on is 4, and they'll then go into a jump-off against France if they are able to do that. 1 pole down, and they hand the win to the French team. Highway, this 12-year-old now, by Ottangelo out of a numero uno mare. Well bred. Oh, pole's gone. Feds 5's down for Yves Willem. So France will be your winners. What a turnaround. That is quite the shock. Our two leading teams from round one have just dropped all the way down. And it's going to come down to time now for the Dutch team. Three teams will finish on 8. And we'll go down to time to determine second and third. So depending on their speed, they may not even be on the podium. More rattling through the triple. Yves Willem is playing with fire here. Well, it's quite a quick time actually, 70.46, but one pole goes. So the team total for the Netherlands is now 8, which means that it is a win for the French team. Outstanding performances for 3 clear rounds for that French team, and they will be your winners. Great performance from Jack Conlon-Gatto, Alexandre Reel, Ewan China and Nolan Valat. Those 4 will take the win for France. Great Britain then will be able to climb into second place. Some great times there, finishing on a score of 8. That British team made up of Maisie Williams, Noura von Bülow, Charlie Atkinson and Olivia Sponer. Third place, though, goes to the Netherlands on that score of 8, once again with their riders Timon Vos, Nick Nanning, Siebe Liemens and Yves Willems. 4th goes to Germany, 5th goes to Sweden, 6th goes to Belgium, 7th to Italy and 8th to Team Spain. Well, what does that mean in terms of the season standings? Team France were quite some way down the leaderboard. They'd placed 10th in Compiègne and 3rd in Busto Arsizio. This is only their 3rd appearance of the season as a team, so 100 points for them takes them to a total of 215, and they actually don't make it into the top 6 in the season standings. But it's a very well-deserved win, and great to see the French team doing well with 2 legs to go after this competition today. Coming up later on in the season, in the middle of June, we'll take you to Hagen in Germany and then to Deelsdorf Zurich in Switzerland for the final leg of this Junior Nations Cup. Well, thank you so much as ever for joining me today for this Junior Nations Cup competition. What a competition we have just had. Amazing, amazing performances. If you would like to watch any of that back, you can do so on demand at any time in the FEI TV archive. And the action does not stop there. Later on this afternoon, I will be taking you through the Young Rider Nations Cup, of course all live on FEI TV. That will begin at 3:35 Central European Time, so 3:35. That's 2:35 if you are watching with us in the UK. And the second round of that Young Rider competition will be at 6:30 Central European Time. Do join us again then in about an hour and 20 minutes time for the Young Rider Nations Cup. I will see you then.
En daar komen we aan, dames en heren. We gaan over naar het uitreiken van de prijzen. Voorop ontvangt u met applaus Frankrijk, Frans. De 3 hoogst geplaatste, dames en heren, in de Morgenhalfjans Nations Cup voor de junioren. Met een bronzen medaille. Ze mogen van de paard afkomen, de kroepvlag deze kant op komen, want de kunst op het podium gaan staan. Uw applaus voor Nederland, de Netherlands. Met de chef de heer Edwin Hogeraad. Nederland, een hele mooie bronzen medaille, dames en heren. Ze gaan op het podium staan. Geef dus applaus. Tijn de Vos, Nick Nalling, Simon Leemans en Yves Willems. En chef de equipe Edwin Hogeraad. En dan de zilveren medaille. Dames en heren, zilver voor Great Britain. Chef de equipe Tracy Newman. Macy Williams, Nora von Bureau, Charlie Atkinson en Olivia Spooner. Great Britain, zilver. Maar dan hebben we goud. Met 4 strafpunten. De toonscore met 4 penalty points. Dit is voor Frankrijk, Frans. Giacomo Cecco, Alexander Wiel. Even China, Noah vanaf de chef de equipe Olivier Bost. Frans, de winner of the golden medal. En nu het verzoek om te gaan staan. Please all rise for the National Anthem of France. Dames en heren, Frankrijk, France, the winner of the Nations Cup, de juniors. We gaan over naar het uitreiken van de prijzen. Representing de FEI, de heer Jacques Bourget en ons winnaar, de felicitaties over aan het team met de bronzen medaille. Nederland, Edwin Hogeraad, de chef de equipe, Tijn de Vos, Nick Nalling, Simon Leemans en Yves Willems. En dan zilver voor Groot-Brittannië, Great Britain. De Morhoff Jansenprijs. Presenting de FEI, de heer Jacques Bouget in ons midden. Met ook de felicitatie over en die mooie resultaat. Namens de Morhoff Jansen voor de winnaars van de gouden medaille. Met z'n allen, give them a big hand. Frankrijk, France. Mooie platen voor de winnaars. Nog voor de chef de equipe. Olivier Bost. Even een mooi fotomoment. Big smile for the pictures. De winners France en dan namens de organisatie met mooie standplaten. Mevrouw Ingrid Snijders. Standplaten voor Nederland, Groot-Brittannië en Frankrijk. Mooi aandenken aan Zuidwolde. Great Britain, Tracy Newman, Chef Nicky, Macy Williams, Nora van Bulow, Jerry Atkinson en Olivia Spoler. Morhoff Jansen, installatieprijzen. De rotsen van de Nations Cup met uiteindelijk de winsten voor Frankrijk. Maar dan, please go to your horses. Then we have the level order. We gaan over naar de eerste dames en heren van de top 3, goud, zilver en brons. Met dank aan Morhoff Jansen installatiebedrijven. www.morhoffjansen.nl. Nou, dames en heren, we gaan over naar de ereronde. De Lap of Honor, it's to you, France, Frankrijk. Zij gaan voorop, want zij zijn winnaars van die gouden medaille. Met z'n allen, all together, Frankrijk. En daar komen ze aan, all together, with a big hand, Frankrijk, France. Great Britain, Groot-Brittannië. En Nederland, de Netherlands. Nou, we zullen nog één keer. Frankrijk, one more time. The Lap of Honor, especially for you. There they come. Only for you. The Lap of Honor. Frankrijk, France. Ja, zo wordt het alle eer voor Frankrijk. Wel dan, dat gaan we aflansen. We gaan om 15 voor 25 ons programma volgen met de Nations Cup voor de Young Riders. The first round will start at 15.25.